Everybody, how you doing? My name is Kevin O'Guan. I want to take a minute and welcome you here. I'm really excited. I know this was kind of short notice, but we're really excited to get you guys on here and go over some stuff. We've got John Kinnear on with us, and we've got Hitesh Juneja, CEO, on with us. So this is going to be really action-packed, really quick. We're going to run through a lot of this stuff really fast. But we wanted to get this update out to you guys so you could see our faces, hear our voices, see what we're doing, and really get a chance to straighten a couple things out, show you guys where we're at, what's going on with the launch, and run over some springboard stuff and some product stuff. So this is going to be pretty fast. For those of you, if you're coming on late or if you have members that you want to share this with, the recording will stay live on this page. You can send it to them and it will play for them later on. So no worries there. And do me a quick favor while I got you. Below this video, you're going to see a couple links. One of them is to connect with us on Facebook. Go hop over to Facebook. Make sure you're out there. Make sure you're seeing what we're doing out there, staying up to date over there on what we've got as we roll out INFINii and this launch. And know that that even though we're coming from the space of a new platform, we've been doing this for 2 years. We have members that have been growing in income with us for the last 2 years. They are phenomenally amazing people that have been growing in income with the DS domination side of the house. And now you guys get to enjoy that with a lot of upgrades, enhancements, and all kinds of cool stuff that we're rolling out with INFINii. So this has been a long, very fulfilling journey for us up to this point. And moving forward into INFINii and what we're doing here, it's just going to get better and better and better. So I'm super excited about this. I'm super excited about what we've got. And again, right now we've got John Kinnear on, who is the Chief Director of Sales over here at INFINii. He's working with all the marketing side. You guys have probably talked to him quite often out here in the space and had his opinion on a lot of stuff. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal. Doing amazing work over here. Pretty much running a lot of things, wearing multiple hats at this point. Love it. We got Hitesh Juneja. I'm going to turn this over to him real quick. He's the CEO of INFINii. He's been running this thing, pretty much the architect behind what we're doing here, behind what we've got with INFINii and the platform and everything. And he's been steering the ship, right? So he's been saying, look, we're going in this direction. We want to go over here, and here's how we're going to get there. And as a collective group, we're going to make sure you guys get to that point. So I'm going to turn this over to Hitesh, make sure you guys get this information from him. And Hitesh, are you there? Are you with us?
Hey, I am. Can you hear me?
We gotcha.
Beautiful. All right. Well, thank you for calling me the architect. I'm sure everybody imagined the evil guy from the Matrix just sitting in the chair and spouting philosophicals that make no sense. So, ergo, vis-a-vis, I'm going to talk about kind of where we are, where we're headed, and what the aim is within INFINii as a whole. So first off, I think everybody should kind of appreciate the fact that we did do it the way that we did. We had this idea that, oh, we'll build this, we'll put it out there, and 1st of December is when we officially go live. But we wanted to make sure that we had a strong period of testing because we know that we're expecting between 200,000 to 300,000 people to come in here over the first few months alone. Okay, and not to come in here because this is such a hyped up, souped up, amazing thing, but to come in here because we have a track record of users actually being successful. So what we did is we kind of set up a plan of how we would run a pre-launch that would also function as a test phase for us. We're not accepting any payments. We're really testing out a lot of the background processes that will be needed to make this work going forward. So we ran through that. I'm going to give you some of the statistics on it, and that'll kind of put in perspective how crazy this is. So Kevin, are you able to see my screen?
We can. We gotcha.
Okay,
we gotcha.
So I just wrote it out really quick so everybody kind of gets a sense of what's been going on, what the plan was, and so on. So November 10th, we opened for phase 1, and our limit was 1,000 people. That was the idea. We're going to invite 1,000 members in. And in our head, we said, oh, it's probably going to take a week. Well, that happened in about 8 hours. Okay. November 17th, we were going to open for phase 2. Unfortunately, I was at the hospital with my son. We had some delays with getting everything ready because we saw what happened with phase 1, and we kind of suspected that phase 2 would be just as fast. So we had to get other things ready in the background. So we delayed that for a week. We opened on November 23rd, and we hit 4,000 members in 9 hours with that. Now, our intention with phase 2 was to hit 7,000 members, But again, this went so fast, grew so fast, we had to close it early because we saw some danger there, we saw some instabilities. We're like, all right, we're going to move this to our actual launch servers immediately because it's growing way too fast. It's going so fast. Every time we set ourselves a week to hit a number, it happens in hours. So we shut that early, right at 4,000 members or so, because the idea is now when we open it one last time before our launch, we're going to open it with no upper limit. We're going to actually open it on the launch servers. We're going to make sure that everything is ready to go. There are no problems there with DDoS protection and everything else on top of it. So we're pretty excited about that. We're going to open up on November 27th at 3 p.m. Eastern for one last time. And given the past track record, we think that over those 2 days, we should hit somewhere around 15 to 20,000 members. Just seeing what has happened so far with how quickly this has grown in a few hours each time. This is basically the short history of the INFINii pre-launch, which is just a free test phase where we can test things out and we can position our leaders appropriately to give them the chance to build the structures out well, to give everybody the chance to build things out properly. I also want to take a minute, though, and talk a little bit about the overall history here and what you should expect going forward. Keep in mind that when we first launched back in August of 2013, we launched and all we were was a training platform. We just had some training videos. How to list products on eBay, very bare bones stuff. It wasn't super detailed, it wasn't all that awesome, but we had basic training videos on listing on eBay and very, very basic stuff on listing on Amazon, and that was it. Okay, and at that point, eBay and Amazon, especially Amazon, wasn't the powerhouse that it has become over the last 2 years either. So we had some training videos out there. That was it. We grew up over the course of the next 6 months or so. In June of 2014, we added FBA, or selling with fulfilled by Amazon. And meanwhile, in our first 6 months or so, we were pretty excited because we hit right about 68,000 members. Okay, that was how fast we grew when we did the previous version, which was DSD. Then we added in a whole lot more automation. We added in tracking systems. We added in list building system, listing creation system, and so on. We never charged anybody anything for it. We simply added that in as a bonus on top of what we had. In fact, in May of 2015, we also redid all the training videos with the most current, up-to-date practices, as well as by people who are currently doing this, who are doing incredibly well with it. In fact, the trainers alone between them are doing well into multiple millions of dollars per year in gross sales just on Amazon and eBay. Okay, so it's an incredible system. We have amazing track record. We have seen what has happened there. Over 100,000 people in the system overall. So it's very, very powerful, very incredible. Now, this whole time, our intention has been to keep growing. So we kept growing, and the intention has been that as we grow, as we become more streamlined, we're able to reduce costs. So right about here in DSD, we had a $1,500 cost for learning how to sell with FBA, learning how to sell on Amazon, and then you had all these costs with selling items yourself. You would negotiate, you would bring items in from China, and then you would list them on Amazon, and you had to deal with the whole process. Very, very expensive, but very, very strong for many of our members. Many members did extremely well with it, but it's still not the easiest process in the world. So our whole concept was, how can we keep reducing the cost of business for our members? How can we keep making it easier? You know, anybody else in our position at that time would have been going, all right, how can I get these people to pay me more? That's basically how other companies think. That's how other company owners think. We've spoken with many of them. And their ideas were, oh, let's charge people $10,000 now. Let's charge them $5,000 now, and so on and so forth. And our intention was, now how can we actually lower the cost for them? How can we give them more stuff at a lower price, and so on? And another thing that was in our mind is, how can we expand beyond eBay and Amazon? How can we go beyond just e-commerce? Because e-commerce is not the only thing out there. You know, we have e-commerce, which is massive, but then you also have local businesses that are generating sales online. Okay? E-commerce by itself is right about 1.2 trillion, right, 1.3 trillion, somewhere in that range at the moment. That's very strong. That's pretty massive. And then you have digital product sales, which is right in the neighborhood of about $540 billion a year. That's pretty much our trade deficit for China, by the way. And then you have local businesses that generate sales online. For example, when you look up online the pizza and order a pizza and so on and so forth, these local businesses combined actually are the biggest piece out there, and they're roughly about 9-point-something trillion. Okay, we'll say 9.4 because that was the latest number that I saw, but somewhere around 9.4 trillion. This is a massive, massive, massive ecosystem. So our thought was, how can we expand? How can we bring all of this to our users, and how can we make this a true ecosystem where people can participate in whatever they want and do it with simplicity? How can they do it with a lot more simplicity than they have right now, with spending a lot of money up front and bringing products in themselves? And that's what basically gave birth to the idea of INFINii, which kind of hints at the fact that there is no more limitation. This is not a limited platform where you have a small number of products that you have to go and sell to your friends and families or whatever. It's not a small number of products that you're going to sell on a particular platform. This is about doing all of these different activities in all of these different ecosystems and generating some value from that. So the idea of Springboard essentially was formed out of that. Okay, now you have hopefully seen the latest presentation on Springboard. You have hopefully seen how that works, and if you haven't, Kevin, if you are able to put up the link here in a second and guide people to it. But essentially the way Springboard works is a very, very strong service. It's the most simplifying service that exists. Okay? So there are basically 3 services within Springboard. The first service is very straightforward. It's the fact that we have experts doing the research for what products are currently selling out there on Amazon and eBay. Okay, this massive world out there, what is currently selling really well that we can generate a profit on. Okay, so first of all, we begin with product research. Then we move to the next part, which is, all right, we have identified a good product. Now let's see if this is profitable, and for that we run some logistical things like, what will it cost to bring this product in? What will it cost to make sure that this product is in the warehouse, to ship it out, to package it nicely, send it to Amazon, and bundle it if needed, and all that stuff. There's the logistics of it. After that, you have another thing, which is negotiations. You have to negotiate with the product manufacturer. See if you can get the lowest price out there. Can you get the same price that maybe Toys R Us gets or Walmart gets, and so on. So there's that whole negotiation phase. So that's the first service of Springboard. We basically go out, we do those things, and we bring the product in and allow our members to start using that. Okay, right at the beginning, this is the best way for somebody to actually begin, not to end their e-commerce career. This is not what you're going to live off of, but this is how you would begin, because these are some of the more difficult things that you have to accomplish when you first start with an e-commerce business. So you do those things, and you're now ready. You don't necessarily need your Amazon account set up. You don't need 90 days limitations taken care of. You don't need a massive amount of money up front to learn how to do this and then go and place an order for 1,000 units or something. You can actually allow us to do this part for you. Okay, so that's the first service of Springboard. The second service is for us to actually manage the process of sending it to you. Either you can bring it to yourself to your own Amazon accounts, or you can actually list it internally, and when you list it internally, we copy those listings over onto Amazon and eBay on your behalf to get those sales for you from there. So you can actually also have our teams manage the process of sending the product to you, or sending it onto your Amazon, or sending it onto different Amazon and eBay accounts and run the sales from there. Okay, so run the sales on your behalf. That's the second primary service that Springboard provides. Okay, and when we say that we run the sales on your behalf, the idea is that you're still participating in the process. You still have to look at the products. You have to choose the products. You have to choose, all right, within this catalog of products that we have selected, which are profitable, how do I choose the best products and how do I put them out? You're going to decide some of that stuff, and you're going to decide the pricing levels. We're going to give you some guides on that. But at the end of the day, we are able to run the actual process for you, which is somewhat time consuming. And obviously Amazon runs a lot of the process for you because they fulfill the sale with the customer, okay, on Amazon FBA. So you have that second major service taken care of there. The third and the final service that Springboard provides is basically analytics and management of this entire process. Now, we basically take a look at everything that's going on. We look at what products are selling really well, we take that as our basis and say, all right, we need to expand into these new categories. We need to bring these products in, and as the sales happen, we have tracked those sales. We have take care of all of the management process, and you get to basically, in that scenario, participate and take the profit that your products are generating. So it really, really simplifies the process. It really lowers your cost of getting in. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars on it. Now, one of the things was, how do we make this not confusing at all? Because we had a concept of having seats that were tied with a certain number of units and so on, and a lot of people get confused with that kind of language. So we actually really simplified it and made it super transparent. So you can see, what does each component in this service cost you? What is your profit margin at the end of the day, and how does it go? So I'm going to give you guys one example, and hopefully this will make it super easy for you. So, for example, we have a product. I'll call it DD because that's the short for, we call it D&D, and you guys will be able to figure this out. For those of you who are selling on Amazon, should be able to figure it out. It's a product that has a less than 10,000 sales rank. It's selling extremely well. This product is selling on Amazon for roughly $280. Okay. We have spoken with the manufacturer, we have done all the research on it, and after negotiations with them, we are able to bring it in for somewhere in the neighborhood of $185 to $190. Okay, so we're able to bring it in, we're able to make it available to our members, and our members can just come in and say, even though we have to buy this in massive quantities, the member is able to come in and say, oh, I just need to buy 2 of them. I can only afford to participate in 3 of them, or 1 of them, or whatever. In this case, after you have all of the Amazon fees and the FBA fees accounted for, and all of our fees accounted for, which is 3%, after you have all of those fees accounted for, you basically end with roughly a $40 to $50 profit. Okay? This is exactly why this is such a revolutionary idea and a concept, because it allows the average person to come in without understanding and going through the entire process themselves, are able to participate in e-commerce and generate those retail sales and get some income from that without having to spend the entire time first learning it and putting massive amounts of money into it. So it's pretty exciting from our perspective. Now, there are other products that have a much stronger ratio of what is the price and what is the profit and so on and so forth. But this gives you the impression, this gives you an idea of some of those products and how it works. Now, just like many other major companies like eBay, Amazon, and so on, actually make most of their money on their recurring billings, the same way we're going to make a lot of the money on our recurring billings. Okay, so we are not trying to gouge you and put in massive profits for ourselves. We are trying to make sure that we make this very profitable for our end user, because if it is very profitable for them, they're going to stick around and be a member of the company. And if they're a member of the company, we will get to do really well with them. Okay, so there are some other examples. We have products that, for example, might cost in the neighborhood of about $11 and are selling for roughly $26. And in this case, after all the Amazon fees are said and done, you're making about a $7 to $9 profit. When it's fully FBA'd, in some cases you're making more, in some cases you're making between $12 to $14 profit. You know, it varies a little bit because of many different scenarios, like what is the shape of the product, how heavy is the product, is it very fragile, what kind of packaging does it need. So I'm giving you guys very relatively conservative estimates on this. Again, in this case, you get to participate. You are spending $11 on the product. You're going to bring the product in because of the price, the profit margin on it, and so on. You'll be able to generate $7 to $15 in profit because you're choosing the right products and they're selling on Amazon or eBay really well. Now, here is what we do with this entire process. We obviously have to put certain caps, because if we give unlimited ability for everybody to come in and start buying products indiscriminately, then nobody will be able, most of the people will not be able to participate in it over a long period of time. So, as you know, INFINii's platform is broken down into 3 levels. We have Prime, Surge, and Excel. And one of our major ideas was we don't want to go into thousands of dollars in costs for anyone. Like we had in our previous systems, in DST training and so on, we had $1,500 in costs and so on. We always felt, that might be too much. We never want to go that high. So the costs are very reasonable. Okay, you have $49.95, you have $149.95, and you have $399.95, which are all monthly costs for you to participate in. And here's what happens. Each level on Prime, you get 15 products every month. that you get to purchase 15 units every month of products. So you look over the entire catalog of all the products available to you, and you can participate in up to 15 products. You could buy 15 units of the same product. You could buy 3 units of one, 5 units of another, 5 units of another, and 2 units of another. That comes to 15. Or you can do anything like that. With Surge, you get 30 units, and with Excel, you get 60 units. On top of that, let's say this is your primary thing that you're doing really well with it. If you want to expand, you can always expand because you can always get more products for a $2 management fee per unit. Okay, so that's basically our cost to bring products in, bring them to our warehouse, ship them and send them in, and so on. So we cover the management fee for you for your first 15 products for Prime or the first 30 products for Surge and so on. If you want to get even more products than that, you can. And you can calculate the numbers and you can say, oh, it's still going to be profitable for me to buy this product with a $2 fee because I'm still making good money on that. And my job is a lot easier than it would have been before. So this is worthwhile. This is something that I can do. So that's basically how the Springboard works. And as you can see, it's so much more simplified. It's so straightforward. You're just going to come in there. You're going to look at the catalog. You're going to decide which products you want to participate in, which products you think you're going to make profits on. Look at the profit margins available there, look at all of those things, and you can just start participating in those products. You can say, I want to purchase this product, or I want to purchase that product, this is the one that I want to sell on Amazon or eBay, and you can start doing that. Now, the idea behind this is not for you to live off of the Springboard. The idea for Springboard is to literally serve as a springboard to your e-commerce business. So use the Springboard as your e-commerce gateway, if you will. Okay, and John is from Canada, so he probably have more analogies related to the gateway that I will not use. But you have the Springboard that you can use as your e-commerce gateway. In your first 90 days or so, while you're preparing your e-commerce business, especially if you're international, while you are getting your Amazon account ready, while you're getting your eBay accounts ready, while you're yet training yourself, you're still learning about the process, you don't have to wait around for those 90 days. You don't have to wait and just sit there and go, all right, I'm not doing anything, I'm just going to keep paying these fees. You can still participate, you can start building a portfolio and start realizing, oh, these are the products that are doing really well for me, these are the products that I want to participate in over time. I just really wanted to be very clear that this is real e-commerce. This is your business. This is how you run it. This is exactly how you will run it. Basically, the idea is we help you get started, we put you on the right track, and then you can take over the reins and expand this in your own business very, very well. As you know, there are members who are currently doing FBA for themselves. They're selling on Amazon or eBay themselves, and they're selling $1 million or more per year in products. There are lots of people actually doing that within our current ecosystem. So this continues down that same direction. It's just to help you get there much faster. It's there to help you get there sooner and easier, and to bring everything in-house, to let you do everything from within one space, within one panel, so you don't have to go around all over the place and worry about what's happening. Now, obviously, this leans into a few other things, which is, how do we have something like a Springboard for digital products? Do we have something like a Springboard for local businesses? And the answer is yes, we do actually have something like that. We're going to release that over time. Remember that I gave you this timeline. When we launched DST, we just had training videos. Then almost a year later, we launched FBA. Then almost a year later, we redid all the training videos and we released a bunch of software and so on. And then we made some more developments since then. There are some more actually coming on that front as well. The same way we have this timeline, we're going to release over a period of time, we're going to keep expanding our ecosystem. The groundwork is there, the foundation is laid, but we're going to keep expanding into that as time goes on. That's the way you want to do it, because you don't want to go out there and just try and make a splash and use a shortcut approach into everything. We're going to be very precise on one thing at a time. So November 10th to now, to December 1st, our aim is to just try and perfect the affiliate side, the partner side of our system, the binary tree structures, make sure that's working fine, everything is good to go there. And then we're going to release Springboard. We're going to run with Springboard and the training and the software within INFINii, and you can start building with that. And then we're going to move on and we're going to release our digital platform, which is INFINii Digital. And our digital platform allows you to actually now start selling and profiting from digital products. Just like you're doing with physical products, you can now be selling videos, and courses and software and all sorts of things, even digital services, you can now start profiting from those, and you can start selling those if you have them, or you can start basically just get in on that entire industry as well. So we're going to add that to our ecosystem as a whole. So we're going to start with e-commerce, we're going to add digital products, and then we're going to add local businesses. And I know John in particular is very, very excited about that part because it's so strong, especially in overseas markets with the local business aspect. We're going to move into that somewhere towards the end of the first quarter of next year. Okay, so this time around, let's talk about what your focus should be and what your aim should be over the next 30 days. Okay, so this time around, what you want to do is get in, make sure you have your partner structure ready. If you plan on promoting as a partner, make sure you have your structure ready, make sure you're in the binary tree and all that stuff. If you have no intention of building this as a partner and you're really just going to use it as an e-commerce platform, which I hope many of you do, then that's fine. You don't even need to worry about the binary structure or anything like that. Just focus on building your e-commerce business. Okay, like right now, at this moment, about 85% of our customer base is just customers. They've never been affiliates. Overall, if you look at the entire history of the company, over 72% of the people have never been an affiliate. They've just been customers. So I want to keep that in mind. We want to keep that going. We want to keep that strong. We like the fact that we have such a customer and such a retail-oriented company as a whole. We'd like to keep that going forward as well. So many of you should right now, those of you who are excited, those of you who are in here who are working on this, are really focused on this phase, the testing phase, the pre-launch testing phase. And this is the phase during which we are perfecting our partner side, the affiliate side. When we launch, we're going to have a marketing system for you guys. It's going to be great. We actually looked at it. It's incredible. Kevin has been heading up that. You're going to come in and you're going to start with the e-commerce side on the 1st of December. And your focus should be to start getting your business going on e-commerce side. After that, we're going to move to digital. And then finally, we're going to move to the local business side. Okay? So hopefully everybody has clear understanding of what we are building, where we are going with it, why we believe it to be probably the strongest offering that has existed in this market space for a very, very long time. We're going to make sure that we do this in a very controlled fashion because we are not trying to build a fly-by-night, some scheme or some kind of an MLM. This is more about building a true ecosystem for people to participate in e-commerce, in digital products, in local businesses, and then we have quite a few other things as well that we haven't talked about yet, and we will not talk about it until it's time. But that's basically the idea behind it. So I would like all of you to keep this in mind. All of you, I really, really appreciate it. First of all, it's so exciting to just see how you all have been running with this. You've been working with this. I know we've all had frustrations with, oh, we got delayed and so on. I was very touched also by how many of you just like messaged me and told me what was, after being aware of what was going on in our life with my son and so on. But I never want to use that as an excuse or say, oh, that's why things aren't good. We have an incredible corporate team right now. We have Kevin, Jason, John, Ken, all of these people who are heading up the upper management side really well. We have tremendous talent with Tracy and Eric and Craig and many other people. So it's not at all a matter of can we build this. The question is, will we be able to do this the right way? Can we do this in a controlled manner, just like a real company would, just like a non-hype company would build an actual business? So we know we have the numbers. We know from 2 years of experience how well our members have done with this. And now we are bringing it to a much bigger scale in much bigger ecosystem manner. And I'm very excited about it. I see how excited everybody else is about it. The buzz on this thing is insane. Like I said, thousands of people just joined within hours. The second we open it, people are pouring in like nuts. So it's amazing to watch. It's very exciting to watch. I'm very, very privileged to get to see this happen, to get to see this play out, and to have a role in actually building this. It's incredible. And I would just like to pass this all over on to John now. And John, if you want to go over some of the more specific details of the compensation structure and the questions that have been sent to you and all that you have seen so far. If you want to go with that, that would be awesome.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Ken, you're mic'd up as well?
Yep, I'm here, John.
Right on. Okay. So listen, let's first of all, what I'd like to say is and love to get your feedback on this as well, Ken, because as all of you know now, both Ken and I and many of the leaders that have started to pre-position themselves for INFINii Global it's really quite a remarkable who's who, names that I've come across over my 20 years in the industry, and I'm sure it's exactly the same thing with Ken, with Hitesh, Jason, and Kevin as well. There's an awful lot of people that are starting to see the value in this. And for those of you who have been a little bit frustrated with me because you've received 10 different renditions of Springboard, I apologize, but now that you're starting to see all the gears, all the moving pieces, and all the logistics behind what makes Springboard a legitimate offering as opposed to just a pitch or some story to get you to throw some dollars at something, now you're realizing there's nothing but substance behind this. That's being done for very specific reasons, and obviously the most important in the constant rewording, language shifts, is to make sure that we're backing ourselves up properly, with the same effort that Hitesh is with the logistics of making Springboard something that you can count on and something that can become a consistent income source for you as the days, weeks, months, and years pass.
John, all those points are important, especially because the industry as a whole has changed so dramatically, since the internet launch, and we've seen, so many different offerings. Everybody gets hit in their inbox on a daily basis, especially if they've been in the industry for a while with the latest, greatest deal. But they're kind of boom-bust type scenarios. We've also seen the FTC apply the Burn Lounge case law against Vima recently, and the vast majority of network marketing companies are lucky if they've got a customer base of 20 to 30%. And with INFINii, what's capturing so many of the leaders' attention right now globally, but especially in North America, Asia, and other places, is they're looking for the real deal. They're actually looking for a company that's based on real business commerce, and thus the e-commerce formula that's applied here is a game changer within the arena. And with, as our CEO Hitesh mentioned, we're looking at 70 to 80% customer to partner ratios, and that's kind of a dream for any company to be able to have. So every end user that we're dealing with, when you look at Amazon, you look at eBay, you look at all the other formulas going around the world, it's just an unstoppable formula, and everyone, trust me, everyone is going to want to have a part of this. I think everybody would like to be part of Uber or any of the other apps or ideas that people came up with in this space. So, hats off to everybody on the team for an incredible job with this.
Absolutely, and we really have seen sort of an extension of in network marketing offerings recently that Ken was referring to. Anybody could start a blog, and the reality is anybody could put up a website, anybody can bolt on a compensation plan. These are things that can be done in people's basements now, and so as a result, we really have seen a flood of what we would consider, let's just not realistic, not legitimate offerings that can really stand the test of time or commerce. So believe me, as you start to participate in Springboard, and then as you take that the next step and really start to expand your e-commerce knowledge, understand the marketplace to its full capacity as it gets rolled out to you, you're going to have a very, very genuine business that's going to create an awful lot of interest. You saw some of the numbers that Hitesh was running past you in the very short period of time that DSD was becoming available to people. Honestly, there's a tremendous need right now. And it doesn't matter whether you're living in the U.S. or whether you're living in Hong Kong or Malaysia or Australia or Germany. The world is in flux right now. And a lot of people are scared because there's a lot of uncertainty compared to 40, 50, and 60 years ago. And we're participating in a trend that is only growing in momentum. This move from retail to buying from your tablet or your laptop or your home computer or even your telephone is now approaching this point. In fact, probably is past this point of social acceptance. You see people on their phones constantly, and they're not on their phones making phone calls. They're on their phones sending emails, and they're on their phones sending photographs, and they're on their phones sending website links and moving songs back and forth, and they're on their phones buying things. And so we're starting to see this comfort, this familiarity now with using various means to purchase things online. And so these trillions of dollars that you're starting to see in global e-commerce, those numbers I'll tell you, those numbers are going to be growing for the next 20 years. They're going to be growing significantly. And so this is going to become a really solid, consistent place, not only for you to be, but for you to share with others as well. And I'm excited to see all of you sort of grow into this over the coming months. So Ken, have you been getting any questions in regards to reward plans? I know there's been some misunderstanding about some of the aspects, and of course, part of that is the fact that we've got a remarkable rewards plan, and we've got some attributes on that plan that some people just have never seen before.
Well, you know, it's when you look at the rewards plan, one of the things that Hitesh and the other founders of the company, John, directed you and I to do in that formulation phase was to come up with the best of all worlds, utilize the two, you know, fastest and strongest compensation plan structures or engines within the industry, which everybody knows is the binary and the unilevel, but also add in the factors so we would strip the negative aspect away from the binary, really having the lesser leg control your rank advancement, all the other issues that come into play. So with the application of what we refer to as an accelerated binary, we've taken away the negatives of the binary, but kept all the positives. And then again, having the unilevel aspect now, which is normally limited to just anywhere from 6 to 9 levels deep, and only your top 1 or 2 ranks get the push down to infinity. We've actually structured an unbelievable 5% to infinity unilevel, just applying rank caps for earnings in order to, obviously from a fiduciary standpoint, handle a plan that we have laid out like this. But again, we were able to push 70% of global business volume into funding this, and you add in the beginner bonus, you add in the global bonus, you add in the retirement pieces on top of the binary that can at the early stages be 10%. As you go up into mid ranks, it goes to 15%, and you go up to the top ranks, it's at 20%. We move over to the infinity unilevel. Then we have you know, the retirement accounts like we talked about. We have the elevation bonuses, and of course the global bonus pool. There's nothing out there that can touch this. So you have the stability of a real e-commerce platform that's basically doing the exact same things that Amazon and eBay are doing. So, you know, it's funny when I hear some people that, you know, kind of lack any type of legal background, and they're talking about, well, you can't do this, you can't do that. If you look at the model that's been done around this, and then you look at obviously the attorneys that we have on board, individuals like Kevin Thompson, et cetera, and the full vetting that we've done around this, there is no more secure platform. And of course, this isn't a brand new company. The INFINii is the you know, the umbrella or parent company to DSD, and you've seen the success of DSD. So the whole plan was, with what the founders determined they wanted to do, was have DSD run and then launch the INFINii umbrella after that. And it's been a perfect formula for it. Show me another company in the industry that's been able to see its members actually move over $2 billion in products. Now it's $2.4 billion, and generate over $380 million in profits into their pockets within a 2-year window. It doesn't happen.
And of course, have no problems through that process legally, as you were just referring to, over the last 2 years. So,
Yep.
So their track record certainly speaks for itself. And moving forward, I think that the corporate team and the advice that they're getting, we're all very, very well equipped to be structuring these things in a way to get maximum benefit to our partners. Now, partners listening, if you would like to have presentations, whether it's a company overview or whether it's a compensation plan specific, or any of the other attributes to the product offerings that INFINii has in specific languages, you'll need to make us aware of that. You know now that there's a presentation up. If you go to infinii.com/presentation, the intention right now, we have about 4 or 5 languages in works, so you'll simply have infinii.com presentation / and then the 2-letter abbreviation for whatever language you're looking for. So SP for Spanish, FR for French, ID for Indonesian, and so on and so forth. So you let us know, and we'll start letting you know as we fill that library out for you. Now, there's several reasons for that, but the more that infinii.com becomes a one-stop, one-location shop for you, it just makes it that much easier for you to be proactive, getting information out to the friends you want to be sharing information with. As you know, we're also going to come out with 6 very short 2 or 3 or 4 minute videos talking about the various attributes of the rewards plan. We'll do exactly the same thing with Springboard, so that you have a whole series of short but effective promotional pieces that you can start to use to build your business.
And John, I think the last point we'll really make here is that, folks, as we launch something as incredible as INFINii into the marketplace and we have all the eyes upon us, it's important for our partners also to recognize they need to protect their own business. And with INFINii, we want to make sure, and we're going to be on top of it from a compliance perspective, that there aren't a lot of inappropriate comments being made out there. Number one, getting involved in Springboard is not an investment. There isn't an ROI. There's none of that language that maybe has been utilized out there. And that's one of the things that we have with some of the compliance people that have been brought on are going to be very, very conscious of, because we're here to protect your business as well as INFINii as a whole, and I know you're going to do the same. So if you run across things that are out there on the internet over the course of the next couple weeks, give us about the first next week for everybody to have the opportunity to take some of the old presentations down that may have had inappropriate language in them or references. But about a week from now, we're going to request your assistance in helping police the internet to make sure that we have the accurate story all the time out there about exactly what the offering is with INFINii.
Indeed. So we've been 45 minutes since start. Kevin or Hitesh or Jason, is there anything else that you would like to accomplish in the last 14 minutes?
No, I think we're good to go, unless there was a couple questions you see in there that you wanted to answer, John. If not, I mean, we're going to do the recording. You've already put up the BizOp opportunity, and then you and I are going to blow out a compensation plan overview that we'll be posting as well. So we'll have all the bases covered here, and I think you're going to see some amazing things happen with the INFINii website, John, that you have, with your marketing team, that you're handling everything on that side. So it's only going to get better from here.
So do you want to just recap some dates so everybody knows where we are at as far as the INFINii staff? I think we have decided, since they've been working around the clock with some of the server challenges that we initially had, that we were going to give them the Thanksgiving holiday off, which I think is only fair. Did you have those dates all in front of you, Ken, that you wanted to share?
Yeah, we're just looking, guys. The ability would have been to go ahead and take the system live, later on tonight, and Hitesh did not want to go ahead and do that to all of you, that may be traveling with the holidays and everything else, and I respect. Looking at this at a 3 p.m. Eastern time launch to go back into the full open invitation thing, and then that's going to go all the way through November 30th, and then December 1, we're going to go fully live and launch. And John, I'm you and I have been around this industry for 20 plus years, and you can tell when magic starts to hit, or when there's just that right synergy within different things, and what happens with a company, and what happens with the individuals who position themselves with that company and do the work. And there's never been a story within the e-commerce space like this before. So, we're at that gateway, as you were talking about before, along with Springboard being the gateway into their e-commerce training. I really feel like INFINii is going to be a gateway into financial prosperity for a lot of people, and so it's going to be exciting to go on this long-term journey that we're about to embark on.
Yeah, and also, keep in mind that every great success story starts exactly the same place that we are right now, and that's in the beginning, going, how the heck are we going to manage all these challenges? It's important, I look back at when I was starting to build my only primary network marketing business, and I would be on hold for sometimes 2 hours and would accidentally get cut off and have to dial again and be on hold again before I would get any sort of help. And that company last year did $780 million. And I'm sure there was conversations I had with people going, what the heck are we doing? Why are we putting ourselves through this? This is a complete waste of time. And that project went on to change the course of my life with the earnings I pulled out of it. I do agree with you. I think that, if I can be so bold, INFINii is going to create a name recognition 5 years from now that there's so many brands that just roll off the tip of our tongue as things that are very familiar to and are part of our everyday life. And I think that we have an opportunity to blaze that kind of a frontier with this, because of all the nuts and bolts that are behind this, that are driving a legitimate business with legitimate product sales to legitimate customers in an industry that's only starting to gain momentum now. So we have all those really important pieces in place.
No, absolutely. And on the last note I'd like to make, which would be, please go ahead and police yourselves with regards to the fact that INFINii cannot, the corporate name cannot be in any website URL, and it also cannot be in any email that's being sent out. So you can't create an email that says INFINii at or anything else, because we are going to be very heavy on the compliance side with that. So please don't put yourself in a position or us in a position where we have to go ahead and contact you about that. Police yourself, and leaders that are on this line, make sure to police your teams with regards to that. And John, that's about all for me tonight.
By the way, on that last issue, Ken, the guideline for you to follow, if you're unsure if what you're doing is compliant or not, you ask yourself the question, and what I'm doing, could I accidentally be mistaken as the company? And if the answer is yes, what you're putting up or what you're posting could accidentally be mistaken as the company, then what you're doing is not compliant. So we said Friday at 3 p.m. Is that correct, Ken?
That's correct. Friday, 3 p.m. East Coast time.
Friday, 3 p.m. The access for everyone is turned back on, and there is no longer a cap, no longer a limit. You can add leaders into your business to your heart's content. And all of this will continue with the monitored preparation for a December 1st launch as was originally planned. So thank you all very much for your time and attention. We'll make sure this is posted so you can review these details at your next convenience.
Okay, guys, have a great night.
Thanks, everyone.